Hello, hello. Welcome back to the old world. Let's see how this is going on. I should do some stuff with my UI first, I think. I like playing with a really large UI, but it's somewhat, I guess it's fine. I don't really feel like swapping out everything immediately. It's just some of these panels are a bit big for having a really good view of the action itself. And hello everyone from Mohawk Games. I'm guessing that's No Legs. Oh no, was No Legs on vacation. And hello Filthy. Welcome back to the third part in the match between Siontific and Aran. Two really strong players and pretty active local members of the community. And of course our caster extraordinaire in Sion. From when we left off, the players were on verge of fighting. I don't have a absolutely super clear picture of what's going on. I fast forwarded through the previous stream that was on Mohawk's channel, but uh, from what I remember, it's that Sion has a Grand Vizier, Zenobia, who has been doing a good job from what I remember, not doing anything game losing, and both players are posturing really aggressively. Let's see, why is my frame rate dying for some reason? Well, not really a huge amount I can do about that. Usually it's not a big deal when I'm playing by myself, but I know I'm noticing that when I mute the camera, it creates this unfortunate blurriness. So I'll probably try to not do my usual faking when I'm observing the game. So, probably a good idea to start with charts like usual, or the record screen. Is this? Yeah, this is both players. So specialists, very even. Workers, Assyria leading, military. Sion leading in military and is produced is actually really interesting, especially when he's playing as Carthage. It means that he is actually, this military lead is probably even bigger. But yeah, this also, I figured that this would be the case that Sion has also lost a lot of units. So I assume these were from the first session's failed offensive for basically all of these losses. Both players on their extra units possibly, which we do see on the field. No, this is still 6 strength. 1 A strength from here for Sion. Then training, massive advantage for Assyria. Has been even throughout the game, but is currently at Assyria's favor. Civics, very even, but the lead is much larger for Carthage than this would show, just because of the free civics that they get. Not sure where these all have been spent, but it's nice to know. Anyways, Science, very even at the moment, but Sion has an overall lead. Pretty large one as well. And then military. Well, even-ish, but there's still a gap of 500, which seems to be growing in Sion's favor. Both players pretty rapidly militarizing again. So for Sion, very large court. He is currently ruled by a judge. Very nice for the ability to rush and to swap around laws. Family opinion, wide, not amazing, not terrible. Having happy artisans is nice though. Oh, but still on Zion's turn, so I'll see what Aran is up to when it's his turn again. But this is some very aggressive posturing from Sion, so I assume that he will go on the offensive here. Kind of curious with Bodkin Arrow in 8 turns, but I'm guessing 8 turns is long enough of a time that he thinks it's worth to go now and then reinforce with Bodkin Arrow, so Longbowman. Sion is very blind actually. No scouting on anywhere on Aran's side of the board. And he will have to cross this open plain into hills, which doesn't seem like a nice attacking direction to attack into. Oh, one more thing that I want to check here is the orders. Orders are, well, not super even actually. It's the Carthage leading by 12 orders a turn. Let's see how much of that is from. Yeah, he has no active workers at the moment. So all of his orders are going towards military, so the 43 is actual income, while for Assyria is 13 for improvement, so Assyria actually has the order advantage at the moment, though it's only by one, so it's not a meaningful one. I don't think. Interesting to see action possible on both fronts. For tech, Sion has all the basic techs that you assume, so navigation, 7 law techs, did go all the way for doctrine. I assume for orthodoxy. I'll check in a moment if that's the one that he took. Going for Bodkiner now after mana. Pretty expected. Probably notable that he doesn't have chariots, so he has no ability to route at all. Which is always something that you'd like to have in all of your conflicts, just to be more order efficient and tile efficient as well. Hello, Soren. Yeah, and Fluffy is adding that Sion has been killing. All of Sion's scouts have been killed mercilessly whenever they've been showing up. And you can see that all of these forest tiles have units standing on them, so Sion can't get scout through anymore. Would have to go all the way over here, so it's not super likely to happen. Now I want to do my diligence check, so yeah, just as assumed it's year 100, so both players have really good roading, really good logistics network, so yes, that does mean that their orders will go a longer way than they would otherwise. Though the road ends here kind of quickly for Aran, so these moving through these hills is actually quite order intensive for him. Aran is led by a young zealot. Very nice to have a zealot on the throne. And speaking of which, he has Judaism in one. Oh, yeah, we're missing. Oh, this is the whole city. Yeah, so he has Judaism in every single city. So, like, this was noticed here in the trainings overview. So this military lead here, lead in training, it can be translated to a advantage in production as well. So this is quite can be quite meaningful. So let's see what he will go here. Aran already has his lords available to him, also did go for doctrine. Quite interesting. I assume it's also for rushing. But has marked manor as a target tech. He does have access to chariots, so that means that he does have the possible or the efficiency advantage here. It also marked Bodkin arrow, though he will get there a lot slower than Sion will. Interesting. I'm kind of confused by this now. Is it just that the observer view hasn't updated for some reason? Let me do this. Yeah. So it seems like the automatic observer point of view switching has some quirks to it still. Because I did not see that this unit had bought a tile before swapping over. But this is a cheeky use of colonies getting all of this into your own territory so you can use the lake as a road. So just as I was talking about how this area was kind of slow to move through, now these units can hop over the lake, use it as a road tile, as well as getting the bonus from fighting in familiar lands, which for some of these units will be meaningful, but unfortunately the champion's family isn't super happy, so not as big as it could be. Definitely a lot of units here. Let's see what just died. Yeah, killed a worker here. I wonder if this doesn't seem like a all-in attack to me. I assume it's more because Arad noticed that he can have anchor these boats and make a really threatening gesture towards the city of Leptis Magna here, and trying to kind of pull away some of these units from the north towards the south. Especially after seeing these onagers here setting up. Though it would be kind of difficult for me to say at least that whether these are offensive or defensive onagers. They are postured offensively, but I don't think they're not threatening anything immediately, and it's kind of difficult to actually try to push towards these really strong Assyrian position there. No. I'm currently getting used to how the automatic switching still. It seems like when you move workers as one of the players, it also focuses the observer to them if I have that closed. That definitely makes things easier to track in the first turns where the players are swapping POVs constantly. Actually, I should check what the did go for metaphysics. I assume just to cycle, not really super interested in the ballista here. Would go spawn in the capital. Meanwhile, Sion is not really deciding to do anything about this uh, beginning of an attack here. Instead deciding to move units here up north forwards. Does that unit have... Yeah, I'm guessing it's just from the plus on vision, but he has way more sight on this area than I expected him to have. Upgrading militia to conscripts, I assume. Or maybe workers. These camels are actually quite nice on these arid tiles, though I don't think pushing into enemy camels and archers is super viable anyways. Let me see, I should check the promotions and idle units, there we go. I can never remember how to use this button in my game, so I will try to make use of it here. If we can look at where so we can see that there are a lot of units here, this is a lot of strength in combat strength, just in the number of units here. But if you look at the promotions, you can better see where the kind of the tip of the spear is, where you can have more strength in a few tiles, like on this these Delot archers, for example, that are quite a lot of power in a small area. And you can really see when you compare to this group of units here for Carthage. Let's see. So all of these units, these warriors and slingers and onagers that us hold up here, or with this huge army here as well, they have basically no promotions. Just some healers, some guards, some probably just from random fighting, while Aran's army, which did stop an Carthaginian invader early on. So that you can see it here. These are really scary units. Double focus, Heckless, no steadfast doesn't matter, but he's a Highlander. Even without general, this unit is incredibly strong. Also here, Eagle Eye Marksman. These are these units. Though these units are only 5 strength, they actually fight much more like 6 strength, 7 strength, even 8 strength units probably. I know it's the same here. Or this chariot with the king on it is even as just a 6.5 strength chariot is still super scary. Let's see. Fluffy is saying that so that units get a vision equal to the movement. So that means that this camel has three vision from being a camel, and then gets the 1 extra from being mounted. So that's already support sight line, which is probably enough there. I don't think this unit had it doesn't have a general on it. But definitely, this is a very tense situation. I wonders. No, well, German aqueduct for Aran here, Museum, and Jebel Barkal. Oh, Jebel Barkal will actually be big. With Judaism in every city, Zoroastrianism in multiple cities, and I assume that he does have, yes, does have divine rule. And, well, no, monotheism is quite interesting, but I get it, still going for polytheism and divine rule. But I assume that he was off to monotheism after getting Jebel Barkal and getting all the nice temple bonuses. Though Judaism is actually upgraded, so it has no theology, so these temples that he will get from Jebel Barkal don't get the nice revelation bonus that Zoroastrianism does have. So he will get the half an order in some cities, but not every city. Still very nice. But yes, I remember this being a point that was raised during the previous cast that Colosseum is available. So definitely a good reason to go for legendary culture. But German is the only one that is quite even reasonable for Assyria. While Carthage has multiple cities, but none that are obvious candidates at the moment. Yeah, this is definitely. I think Sion is currently correctly predicting that this attack is more posturing than actually like an actual pressing threat at the moment. He seems to be pretty content ignoring it at the moment. Lots of idle luxuries. Does he have? Yeah, no culture multipliers here. So otherwise I would like to see this being sent somewhere, but I don't think he can. They speed up getting to legendary in a super meaningful way or anything, so it's fine to use all days on military. Let's see. I wonder where did all of Sion's orders go? Weird. It's currently rallying the troops. He wanted to check orthodoxy. Yes. Ah, he must be using them to rush something, but what? All of the ability queues are idle at the moment. I think this city is naturally one turning these decrees instead of, or not quite one turning, but getting there a reasonable amount of time. Nice getting protection edicts in a order spamming city. This is very tense in any case. We should check one thing as well here is how is Carthage doing for generals? Not a huge amount of generals available. This is one of the kind of downsides of playing these nations that only get one military family, is that you end up with a relatively low amount of commanders for your units, or generals for your units. As I assume that with with Assyria having clerics, which is kind of a pseudo military family with this 5x commander, 10 times zealot being common for them. I assume that if we look at the number of generals, it's actually lower. That must be either Assyria is just super low on characters in general, or he has been getting some weird rolls. Yeah, seeing multiple champion scholars is kind of weird. But being more likely to get something doesn't mean that you will get more of something. It's how the RNGs rolls sometimes. But that does mean that while Syria has these super highly promoted military units, he doesn't actually have many generals to put on for them. Let's see if the players question something. I assume it's Sion commenting on Aran buying these tiles here, the neutral territory tiles. are actually going for mana, but yeah, I still will just be lining longbows from here. It is kind of scary though, being without a really kind of an all-purpose 8-trained unit at the moment, while Carthage can use these territorial weapons against you, because even though the Assyrian rams are and siege towers are really powerful. I think this is a siege tower here. It's showing. Yeah, there it is. So the Assyrian siege tower is strength getting these really big bonuses from fighting in urban tiles, being pretty well promoted. They are slow, which just makes using them really difficult compared to just a regular strength military unit like a swordsman or just a kind of a generic unique unit that you would get, like a Dmit warrior or Shotelai, or I remember, I think Shotelai is the strength one for Axum. But he is though moving these ones downwards, so trying to focus some of the strength into moving towards Leftist Magna. But like we can see here is a river between the city and the coastline, which means attacking into the city is kind of awkward at the moment. Though Assyria's army is largely composed of ranged units, so it's not as big of a deal as it could be. He does have vision of this Onaja as well, so it makes attacking into this city quite difficult. Like as you can see from the damage preview. None of these 5 strength units can really stand up to the Onaja. Kind of unfortunate that Assyria hasn't managed to get one boat still further forward, so could try to go for the Onaja here, but would need either this tile or this tile here to be accessible by boat. Let's see how many times have been. No hurried productions in the West yet. I assume there are multiples in Kipori Regius. Because I think this is the city that Sion has been rushing from. Has actually spent a lot of pops as well. Yes, Aran did buy these tiles, but in the south. Just on the previous turn here. He is still running colonies at the moment instead of slavery. Not slavery, but what's the other one? Serfdom. So making use of it at the moment, and then we'll probably swap back to serfdom afterwards. Definitely nice for the bonus in fighting inside your own borders. Actually, let me see here. There should be... there we go. I usually don't have foreign family colors on in my own games, but it's probably nice for observing. Interesting. Rushing inquiries with orders here. I mean, I think it makes sense. His economy is strong enough that the only reason is that he really would need more of his stone, and he's not doing anything aggressive at the moment. It's not a like moving around these units wouldn't really accomplish much in the grand scheme of things. So this is a way to directly translate your orders into science. Kind of alchemizing more science out of thin air. And this 120 science that would go towards Botkinaro does mean that he gets into it one turn early. If he can rush again on the next turn, that means that he will get there in 2 turns early. And that would give a pretty large time gap in between before Assyria has anything to really answer it. Though, of course, trying to fight with longbows into siege towers is always kind of awkward with the... Where's the bonus here on the card? Let's see... Ah. Yeah, there's plus 25% defense versus ranged units. Oh, and with metaphysics being researched, it does mean that Christianity did just spawn in. Can he still time it with... Yeah, luckily enough, he does get two extra temples from this as well, with Jebel Parakal. He can spread Christianity somewhere and get an extra temple that way. It's either very lucky or very calculated, and then I don't know which one is more impressive, to be honest. But there is Divine Rule. Interestingly enough, hasn't picked up Orthodoxy yet on Aran's side, so he doesn't actually have the opportunity to rush with orders, which makes these military moves here a bit more justified in a way. Just to spend your orders on something without just ending turn with extra orders is always doesn't feel super nice. How fast do they siege? Oh, this is quite nice. 3 churning siege towers. This is a lot of production power here. Would like to see a road here. So, not a big deal, but still. It's just with these, and I know that these are. I'm not a big fan of siege towers just because of how slow they are. So, every little tile like here does matter quite a bit with Assyria compared to other nations. Even though this is always pretty fast as well. So, not terrible anyways. Yeah, I understand why none isn't really going in at the moment. I think all of these units would probably just die eventually to these. All of these 4 strength warriors. Oh, one of Sion's families is actually upset now, so something must have happened to make the relations with the family worse. I do wonder when Aran would go in here, or Sion. And well, for Sion the timing is kind of easy to see. It's when he gets longbows and has built or upgraded into a couple of longbows. But the timing for Aran seems to be a decent bit later. Wonder if he will try to go for something else even after longbows, just to try to break to Sion, or do you think, or if he thinks that longbows and siege towers are strong enough? I say two unit composition basically, along with some spearsmen and these camels. Yeah, so I know that people aren't really big fans of building chariots in these super late positions, but I do really like seeing this one highly promoted, well, not highly promoted, but a unit with a zealot chariot here, because even just as a 6-string unit, there's quite a bit of power of projection in one unit to so that you can plan route chains if you really want to or need to. And like Boldring and in chat is saying that there's not a huge amount of resources and training for Sion for upgrades, but 300 and 500 is enough for multiple upgrades for these archers. Unfortunately, we can't see it. But if you can upgrade 3 archers into longbows in a single turn, that's enough of a power spike to do something with. And then you can, instead of, I don't think these slingers are doing anything anytime soon. But I can see this archer and there are Sion's other archers here. I'd actually like to see this unit upgraded maybe. So you can get 2 longbows a bit faster. Though I guess it doesn't really matter that you just pay extra, but you don't really take extra turns like you do in Civ. If I remember my upgrading mechanics correctly. Who is Cartesius Ea at the moment? A zealot. Well, with being able to rush with citizens and orders and civics, it's the ability to rush with training isn't. It's obviously strong because rushing is always strong, but it's not as strong as when it's basically your only viable way of rushing units out. But yeah, if Sion is conservative with this wood and this training stockpile, he can easily upgrade 4 or 5, maybe even 6 longbows when he hits Podkinaro immediately, so it's enough to start an offensive with. Now the scary part is that this archer does basically no damage to this siege tower here. Well, 3 damage is it's a little bit of damage, but it's not enough to actually kind of push through with. But I'll have to see how much better longbows are against these siege towers. Going from 5 to 8 is a big power spike, obviously. Judaism got its first tenet for its monasteries here. I assume that he will try to get the second one for battle temples as soon as possible as well. Thinking time for, yeah, this is what I expected to see. There's a scholar leader in the capital as well, so he can rush out this inquiry and he will actually get with Borkinaro next turn. So we'll see how many upgrades he can get. And we have... Nice. I'm gathering achievements here as well. I don't know if you can see or hear the pop-up. But it's funny how you can get achievements as an observer for stuff that the players do. guess they lots of temples. This here shows 6 temples, but I don't know if that is actually correct. On the just some child events. It's kind of skipping over these events because they aren't something that the observer can interact with. Let's see, has he placed some already? There's the monastery. I know that he has placed some, but I can't really see them at the moment. Definitely very nice in the museum city. Getting those extra science points and then getting 50% more of them. There we go, there's the first one temple. So, half an order and 3 culture a year at the moment. The orders are always nice to have more of, but unfortunately he doesn't have the extra theology at the moment for Judaism, so it's not quite as good as it could be. Definitely spending a good amount of his time this turn on those temples alone. Kind of surprising to see. Just from I didn't realize that you actually get 14 culture a turn from Jebel Parkal alone. Is it just from the bonus itself? Yeah, it's just 2 per year per religion. With 4 religions here, it's just a big skip in culture per turn, so the city is actually getting quite quickly towards legendary. Well, less so in Herbal and more so in Jervan itself. Which is meaningful, of course, with the Colosseum being in the game. And I do like the road being built here with these units moving forwards. Makes the likely inevitable retreat a decent bit better. I do wonder if Sion would be tempted to actually go and attack these units here. It's definitely a kind of an enticing proposition because he doesn't see these siege towers. But I think Sion is solid enough of a player that he can assume that this is kind of a bait. Yeah, with the roads in place now and with sea control, these units can get so far in a single turn. This is something definitely that situations like this require a lot of multiplayer experience to get through cleanly. Because you don't really get to this kind of posturing and large-scale war in single player that often. But of course, both of our players are really experienced in multiplayer, so they have likely been in similar situations before. Because the tactics are quite different here compared to these early skirmishes that you get in many games. Or like in most games when you are fighting tribes or when you are clashing on your border for the first time, the tactics are quite simple still, with 6 units versus 6 units. But here you are mostly just constrained by the amount of your orders instead of the number of your units. So these are really complex tactical maneuvers that you can make. Just looking at this, like this camel archer here, north of Jovan, can get all the way down south and start scrapping if needed. So it's so difficult to keep track of all of these units in the limited amount of time you have. Oh, Sion is also pulling their worker train towards the front line, building a road. I just wonder if that means that he will try to be aggressive, or if this is just a defensive kind of routing, what that means that he can move units between these two cities faster. And back to Carthage. Lots of fast. I'm hoping that he clicks drama so we can get music, because neither player here has drama picked up, so it's completely silent as the observer. I do wonder if Sion is thinking of eventually going for cartography for the tridreams. He's not. I don't think he has any super obvious tech at the moment, aside from maybe going for windlass. But even going for windlass isn't really necessary when you have longbows. It's nice, of course, but because crossbows and longbows are not really. Yeah, let's see how many longbows we get. I think this is the fastest way to track it. Yeah, already at 5. Six longbow, I assume. We actually see upgrades here. No. At 6 longbows, 7 longbows, I assume now. So this is definitely enough to start an offensive with. Even if it's a bit scary against these towers, I think it's still worth to go for it. Just to put pressure on. You do definitely have enough units to sacrifice some if you want to. Yeah, this is just... I will, after this turn, roll so... Oh, but the king is dead. Where did the king die from? Was it last turn? I mean, I guess it's fine to get a zealot on the throne. Or was this actually an abdication? Well, let's see, where's the king? Cause of death ill, so did die of natural causes. Bit unfortunate though, because I think you would rather have a judge on the throne, put them as a governor, and start rushing with gold, instead of having zealot on the throne because you still have these slingers that you would like to upgrade. It's actually quite smart to leave some slingers to upgrade from here. Because, like you can see, if you skip upgrading to an archer, you effectively save the difference here. So instead of paying the 80 and 100 and then 100 and 150 again, you can just pay 100 training and have 150 wood. You are effectively saving 80 training and 100 wood by skipping the archer upgrade in between. Or I guess rather you are paying some stone instead of some wood. let's see what. Luckily for Sion, though, because Zoroastrianism is so happy with him, these family opinions are fine even after the king has died. It's quite common when you have some of your family opinion come from either having similar traits with your king or queen and or influencing your family heads. It's quite common to see really big drops in family opinion when a succession happens, but Sion has been relying more on this religious head here. Lots of high synod. Yeah, this is quite impressive. 220 positive even with we are different being your scholars and zealots. And still keep rushing at every possibility. No, it's funny. Needing 4 citizens to rush these inquiries at the moment. This, I think Sion has also moved some of his focus southwards, if I had to guess. It's not super obvious though, with a lot of his slingers were here early on, so it makes sense that these are up where his longbows are as well, in the middle. This is, yeah, 6 longbows in this city. So they can go kind of either way. We can also check on a serious turn if he has vision on any of these longbows. I would not be surprised if Aran wasn't actually aware of these longbows yet, because they are positioned quite far backwards at the moment. And yeah, because this one wasn't upgraded to a longbow, this one here is still a slinger. And he even moved this archer forward this turn, I think. So it means that Aran isn't actually aware of longbows on the field at the moment. So it does mean that Sion does has a turn where he can go in before his opponent is aware of the advantage that he has in units. Though it's not too big of an advantage at the moment, because if Aran does get lucky and rolls into Bodkin Arrow, he does have Bodkin Arrow in. No, it's still 12 turns, I think, at the moment. 2 turns for Manor and then... No, 2 turns for Manor and I think 9 turns for Bodkin Arrow. 12 turns for longbows on the field. So it is actually quite a meaningful time frame where Sion has a advantage in military. I assume, yeah, this graph hasn't updated yet. Still need one more turn for the longbows to show up. I assume that it will be a quite large increase after upgrading a lot of slingers into longbows. It's just some economic development. I'm actually kind of curious on what just more wood income for siege towers. Some quarries for stone in general, I guess. Both players are definitely reaching the point where they don't really need that many more improvements anymore. Especially Aran with all of these healthy incomes and stockpiles. Does he have... Still it's running centralization. I would like to see this swap order to vassalage. These resource savings are starting to get really notable. at this point in the game, but it's understandable. I'm assuming that he wants to save up civics to get another theology at some point. Or enact orthodoxy for the herring production. So it's, like always, the civics are the most contested resource in the game, I think. No matter how much income you have, you still never seem to have enough of them. Same with research, I guess, as well, but it's kind of more intangible in a way. You just gain resource instead of spending it actively. Let me just take a quick sip of my tea here. I think Aran is kind of... Well, let's see where these build queues go towards Archive. Was queued up for a moment, but decided against it. Did grab Metaphysics a couple of turns ago, so none of these cities will likely have archives at the moment. I think getting them is completely fine, reasonable. 10 science isn't a huge amount at this point in the game, but it's still something. The other option is of course getting more military units. Though, of course, Aran isn't aware of Sion having longbows at the moment, so building 5 strength units into longbows is of course kind of inefficient. But of course, because he isn't aware, he probably isn't so keenly aware of the fact that he would actually need to go for longbow as quick as possible. Interesting. I don't think I've noticed the silver tongue as a what's it, cognomen before, as a title. Some of those titles seem to pop up quite a bit more often than the others. Let's see, this is the interesting turn here. Anything super meaningful here from what I saw on first glance. Sion definitely has a decision here. He can go either way. I think going south makes more sense just because of how these units are positioned here. You can get kills on these 3 units here maybe with relative safety. Would cost a lot of orders for Assyria to try to get back at you. But we will have to see. Nice. Definitely a good boost for Carthage. But we can look at this graphs now. Yeah, there we go. This was a 500 power spike. About 500. But it also looks like Carthage's old ruler was a lot of where his science was coming from. That and running inquiries. So Carthage's science pattern is actually quite low. Oh, what was it? Because I know that he noticed that he had a really large court, but I don't remember how many of them were uncles and aunts of the new queen, or how many of them stayed. Oh, the hurricane, but not on the wrong side of the earth. this is definitely deciding which way to go for is definitely one of the deciding moments of this game. Yep, going for these ones down south. And the longbow is revealed. Let's see how much it will do. 4 minutes to try to cast as many kills as you can. Yeah, these are just... Counterattack is non-existent against these longbows. Even has some Nagas setting up here. These Nagas can actually hit quite far away. Making it so that counterattacking to these longbows is even scarier than it would be otherwise. I wonder if Sion will reveal the other longbows as well, though. Yeah, he did upgrade into... No, this is still an archer. Yeah, did reveal the other longbows as well. So, now that there are more than 2 longbows visible around us, also know that it's not just the... It's not just the 3 longbows you get from Manor. Because Manor does give you this 3 longbowman card. So, Aran knows that Sion has taken all the way to Bodkin Arrow. And this is definitely a crisis moment for Aran here. Sion doesn't quite have enough orders to push any further forwards here. He spent a lot of them on these onagers. But he can't really be super aggressive here on the south because he doesn't control the sea. So he always has to be aware of these units just leaping around to Leptis Magna. Which means that these units probably can never move from the city. He kind of has to leave at least 5-6 units around the city just to not lose to a naval invasion. But let's see what what's Aran's response. Siege towers do fine against these longbowmen. And the longbowmen don't really do much against the siege tower. Yeah, even adjacent is only 4 damage. But the unfortunate thing is that he can't really mass them super easily. Can he get... He can get 3 here because of his good roading. But... yeah, I think it's more likely that Aran will retreat here for the moment. There is a nice line of forests here that you can hold on. Buys him some time to move units outwards. But this is definitely a scary position for Aran. Just because of the fact that Sion's army is so large that even these 5-strength units up north can be really dangerous if he has to pull too many units from Jervan down southwards. Because this amount of units here isn't enough to stop these longbows, so he has to reinforce from somewhere. So it's either new build queues and units from Erbil and Nineveh, or moving some of the existing units from north towards south. But I will have to take a quick bathroom break here when the action is still not super hot at the moment. I'll leave the camera here so you can see if Aran decides to retreat. And I have returned to see a orderly retreat. Sacrificing this one axeman here, probably to these longbows. But it's probably the same decision that I would have made as well, just so because counterattacking into these hills is much easier than to trying to defend them initially. So, questioning about longbows and bireams, and the answer seems to be no, still. This boat is far too far to be reached anyways, and these longbows don't really do much to this boat. Even without any promotions, actually. Though Aran seems to be cognizant of the fact and moves the boat away. Just in case. Is there any other ones that we could... No, actually, all of Aran's boats are far away enough from the shore that they can't be attacked by longbows. But it was only 5 damage, so 5 damage isn't really enough to kill boats before they can run away. Sail away, I guess. Seems like Aran is trying to prayer in order to respond to these longbows, rushing priests. I assume it's because of this 3 science a turn more than anything. Did not grab the theology that gives more yields from temples yet, but I assume that he went for a law. Nope, we'll see next turn. Still moving aggressively forwards. I quite like the retreat from Aran here, because it's Sion. We all know that he will go for these aggressive moves if given the chance, or the excuse even to go for an aggressive move. And now the siege towers that were too far away last turn are in a position to actually respond to these longbows. While Sion is spending a lot of his orders moving towards these, or leapfrogging these onagers forward. Which is of course understandable, but it's still quite a few turns away from actually trying to take any cities here. Has to defeat the entire Assyrian army beforehand. It was a very good move for Aran to buy these tiles early on, to kind of force this move on these hills in his own territory. So even though Aran is retreating, he does have full vision of this army because he bought these tiles. So nothing that all of Sion's incoming forces are in full view for Aran, while if you compare, Sion is moving into kind of a unseen territory here. He doesn't really see anything beyond the immediate front line. I'd actually like to see one of the camels move downwards just to get more vision of the area. Because camels are currently Sion's best scout units. And there we go, just as I said. Yeah, these chariots are still quite good against these onagers, so you do have some play here as an aggressive unit. And you can try to go for a route chain through onagers. even though Sion has a really large advantage here with the longbowmen against this Assyrian army, it will take a good while for Sion to actually be able to move forwards, just because of the forests here and his inability to route. Oh no, actually, yeah, this was the bonus that Carthaginian elephants have, that they do have the ability to route, so they can push forwards. I was starting to doubt myself because it's the... Where's the war elephant? Yes, these regular tech tree elephants do not have the ability to route. So it's the bonus, one of the bonuses for the Carthaginian unique unit is the route ability. So Sion does have the ability to kind of exploit the damage that he does with these longbows. Because one of the best things about longbows, aside from the obvious ace strength, is that with 3 range, it's really easy to project damage forwards so that you can get route chains. Yeah, and both leaders here are zealots, which is quite reasonable in these late fights. This is actually a Swift zealot on Assyria. The Queen of Carthage is quite new, so she hasn't had the time to grab any real promotions aside from Gracious. But as I was saying, the fatigue limit is very impactful in this big wars late game. It's not quite as good as Commander, I don't think, because Commander is just an insane economy military leader at this point in the game, with the free EXP you get every turn. But Zealot's +1 movement is still super nice. Doing some aggressive moves here. Getting these sentinel units into play. And there we go. This is actually the king who's going in at the moment, which is kind of scary, because it doesn't seem likely that this chariot will make out alive anymore after this attack. Even with Zealot. So there is a chance that the king will die in battle. Nice, getting a elephant attack here. But it seems difficult to get the route chain going from here. Good move from Sion to put the longbow on this spot, so the onages cannot be reached anymore, because the onages are the weak spot for route chains here. Let me just do... yeah, nothing in the north. So all the action is going on to the southern front. I think this Aran went in that turn too early. Oh nice, Assyrian bonus is coming in with the double focus elephant. One tapping a onager. But I think this is one turn too early for Aran. I would have liked to see him sit back one more turn and then go in after that. Though he might have been aware of this 3-tile choke here and realized that if these three tiles have 8-string units on them, it's actually really difficult for Assyria to try to break through anymore. So going in here is understandable as well, even if it might not be the best possible time to go in. Let's see. There is of course the fact as well that all of a lot of these Assyrian units here are still highly promoted, so they do fight a decent bit better than their base stats would make you think. And of course the Assyrian free 10% crit that is kind of a hidden promotion on every single unit here. In general, these fights, these late game fights that are fought between two large armies are the part of the game where serious bonuses are the absolute strongest. Just the bonus orders you get from being able to kill a unit, then you get the +2 orders, and then you can continue your route chain. Unfortunately, I don't think there's this one camel still, but this might not be quite enough. No, it is enough. So again, route, get your orders back. Get another unit, route, get your orders back. So you can... Assyria is just so terrifying in these positions. Yeah, kill a unit, get your orders back. This is already +8 or 10 orders this turn from Assyria's nation bonus. Let's see if he can still get this. Yeah. With this trading bank, he can easily buy an order here. It's... You buy, then you can... I know, it's the elephant. Got punished by the route bonus here. Where is it? Oh, panic. Yeah, this hacks, the road network isn't quite good enough for this axe to make it forwards. Did burn 400 training on orders here. And now you can just make use of the other bonus and try to fish for crits. So if you happen to get a critical hit here, you get the extra 2 orders again, and then you can do more stuff. So it's surprisingly synergistic, even if it's a bit random. To get kind of difficult to intentionally make use of them in adjunction. But this is definitely this is both a very good play by Aran, very good tactics, and it's also a good showcase of Assyria's late game war bonuses. Because going from 48 orders to probably 62 orders this turn, if I had to guess, just from the Assyrians, even the nation bonus, it's just a big amount of it gives you so much more agency than you would have otherwise. But Sion can definitely answer to this. This weren't all of his longbows. He lost 3 here, I think. 2 or 3 longbows. Yeah, 3 longbows, 3 onagers. But luckily for Sion, he still has 6 left, so he lost a third of his longbows in that one turn. See how much he can kill in response. The unfortunate part is though that even it doesn't really matter how much Sion kills here, because he can't really get even. Like, if he kills all of these elephants and all of these chariots and all of these archers, it's still probably less valuable than 3 longbows and 3 onagers. So this archer is quite... These 2 units are highly promoted, so keeping them alive would be nice for Aran. All of these other units I consider to be pretty expendable. Can't see yet if the king died. Because that chariot was the one that the king was commanding, so... There is a... You can see next turn if he got one of the events that you get from your king being wounded in battle. This is just a... These lakes make it so difficult for Sion to get much combat power in a small area, even with longbows. Though it should be noted that only this longbow has acted. There we go. Let's see if Sion can respond with a route chain of his own. Because with longbows and longbows and mounted units, it's quite easy to get route chains, but it still doesn't seem like it would work out quite well. He can get this one, this elephant, if he wants to go for it. Did go for the other chariots because he doesn't want to get route chained again. But if he wants to panic forwards with this, he can get this elephant. But I don't think he can get much further than this elephant. Yeah, doesn't seem like it. Because this siege tower is not just a nightmare to try to get through with the longbows. Actually, why is this so straight? Oh, it's because it's a heckler elephant. That's why it takes so little damage from archers. I'll have to check the military graph next turn from this to see which player lost more here. Some war elephants, some chariots. Definitely favoring Aran at the moment. And it's because also these units are overextended here. I mean, they are just camel archers and warriors, so they are not the most valuable of units. But nonetheless, these are kind of easy for Aran to clean up if he wants to. And Guilty in chat is saying that he would like to see more roading workers from Aran, and I think I agree. I I like the road that he made here early on with these lakes and having the urban area here, but these couple of forests not being roaded is definitely hindering his order efficiency. You could see with this axeman here that it's quite difficult for it to actually get to these tiles here that the fight is actually on. Going northwards is much easier. Oh, did Aran actually break his Oh, it's just because Sion doesn't have a vision of this southern coast here, so he doesn't. I think he can assume that these units can get shipped over this mountain here, but he isn't 100% at the moment. He doesn't know for certain. Military score. Both players dipping down. Sion going from 4,000 to 3,600, 3,700-ish. Assyria going from 3,100 to 29. Sion has still a. It's surprising how big of the military lead that Sion had was, and he still has a big military lead, but in an interesting way as well, because usually you get in a military lead in either having better units or more units, but Sion kind of has more, or has kind of both. That he has a lot of these powerful A-strength units, and then he has a lot of these super weak units still. This 4-strength unit standing here. So he still has a lot of units that he can upgrade as well. So in a way, that military score graph is kind of misleading. Misleading in both axes even. But cleaning up the free units here. Unfortunately though for Aran is that all of his chariots are now dead. Every single one. Yeah. So he doesn't really have the ability to pull something like last turn off again. So because he doesn't have the capability to route anymore. So now Sion is the one that has these big threatening 8-strength route units that can kind of just bulldoze through Aran's lines if he isn't careful. Though it's nice to see these highly promoted spearmen just destroy ace-ranked elephants. Yeah, you can see the effectively 9.7 strength. Kind of crazy. And from what I've seen so far, I think Aran has actually been unlucky with his criticals. I think he has gotten less than 1 in 10 in this fight at least. I don't remember. I didn't watch the previous matches closely enough to actually see or get an idea of how lucky he got there. But let's see, there is definitely a nice, love to see it. This is one of those things that is just feels so good when you can get your axe cleave, get a zealot general kill here. I think this is what fixes that one. I think this flee the field is one of those events that comes. Yeah. There we go. As the option of getting negative opinion or getting killed here from your general unit that you were the general of dying in battle. I don't think he has to take the negative opinion hit here. Sometimes you can get use of getting the dying in battle actually because you can get your air anti-thrown faster, but with a 2-year-old being next in line makes no sense. But some feedback for the devs is that if you do the spectator auto switch breaks events, so you can't view events if you swap your viewpoint automatically. So you need to manually switch if you want to watch events. So this is okay again, 5 kills, 2 of them were 8 strength units, but that also means that 10 extra orders from us being Assyria. Yeah, thanks Sophie. So it's really impressive how well Aran has managed to hold this with 5 strength units mostly. It's 5 strength units and like 3 siege towers. It was all of his forces. It's not even 6 strength units. It's just actually just 5 strength units. No, he had a couple of elephants, like 3 elephants. But still, doesn't make it much less impressive in that way, anyways. Oh, then there we go. Getting crits on the unit that don't really matter, leaning a volunteer. Good positioning by Sion as well, though, with these volunteers. So, blocking these important spots that make it so that it's much more difficult to get damage on the actually meaningful units. Yeah, again, getting crits on 1 health units. Of course, the noise is always a nice morale booster, but it's hardly meaningful in this case. Clean up the units here. The scary part, of course, is that Sion does have a longbow here. He can get some more longbows if he wants to. So there is, of course, the option for Sion to kind of start ignoring the southern part and go push north. Though he has actually lost so many units here that he kind of has to pull units southwards himself now as well. Because all of the army that was here is now just has been reduced just to the actually strong units. So it's just the longbows and the elephants left out of all the units that went forwards initially. Which does mean that if this fight goes on, Sion will start taking losses on the more valuable units now, instead of the chaff that was there to block for them. Yeah, and it is pretty funny that Sion still has these warriors. I think he has kind of forgotten about this slinger, because he can still upgrade these slingers into longbows. But yeah, I'm very impressed by how well Sion is holding this. And I'm also impressed by how well Sion managed to coordinate the initial assault in getting in like the economic side of it. That he did have a single turn when he went from, first of all, rushing the Inquiry so he gets to Botkinaro faster, and then rushing out 8 longbows, rushing out and upgrading 8 longbows in a single turn, and then going forwards. But it's the Assyrian retreat and then counterattack into these hills that is really paying off for him at the moment. Yep, lost 7 last turn. A-strength elephants, but mostly just chaff. That's the 2 A-strength units, and all the other ones were replaceable or chaff, so conscripts and warriors and camelotches. But this is also an actual route here. This is a 3-unit route. If I no, it's already getting hit by panic. Then it's I can hear I can hear a Sion cursing now. Definitely a no undo button online play with a timer kind of move here. Getting excited to see the route and mismanaging because of that. He actually kind of has to feed this elephant in now if he wants to try to go for an extra route. Oh, don't do that. Maybe it was calculated all along. More for us marching this elephant all the way. I think it came from Hipporegius. Yeah, there we go. This is where it gets dangerous for Aran. With these longbows. Being able to focus fire from this. Yeah, this is just so scary now. I think what that archer that died was also one of the actually good ones. Yeah, one of the dead archers was the Eagle Eye Marksman, so +1 range, no range fall off archer. That was killed there. I wanted to check yeah, he can get unit from his capital all the way to the front in one turn, which means that Sion also has the same ability, I assume. Maybe not quite, but he can get close anyways. Still, it's a lot of orders, but not a huge amount of kills. Oh, now I figured. The loss in science must have come from Zenobia dying, so losing the Grand Vizier stat bonuses. Because Sion went from like 120 science a turn 3 or 4 turns ago to 77. It must be from Zenobia. Impressive push stockpiles as well, but he must have bought wood at some point. I don't think he can have 900 otherwise. Or pillage, but I don't think see any pillages on the map. Oh, no, this one, of course. Goods boost. 400 of everything. That's where it came from. But he is currently capped by training. Cannot upgrade any more units. Of course, because he is running all of he can hurry with civics, with training, with orders, all of those resources. So he's not as reliant on just training for his military. Military score. Aran is still getting better of Sion at the moment. Currently at 3500 to 2900, so the gap is actually closing in favor of Aran. Though I'm kind of curious if Aran can actually push forwards, be after any further than his own borders here. Oh, this is one of the things why Zion had some struggles here as well is... Wait, no. Am I getting... No, it's the other one. So it's now Aran that has a bit of a opinion problem with the champions. So this being negative for the champion's opinion does mean that he gets a negative 5% strength on both attack and defense here. Which is very unfortunate when your champions are the ones that are unhappy with you. Because it tends to be that most of your armies tends to be champions. I guess out of all nations, Assyria is the one that probably has the largest diversity of military units just because of this triple military family setup that Aran is running with. Champions being a full military city, military family, and hunters being basically a full military family, and clerics being like 2/3 of a military family in a way. Not getting the training, but getting the commanders and zealots from the family characters. Kind of interesting as well with the one of the other family bonuses being military. Yeah, we were looking at the military graph, but it's this much bigger shark fin for Siontific, but Sion have much more military strength in the beginning, so it's evening. The graph is evening out, but it's still pretty largely in favor of Carthage. So last turns, Aran lost 5 units, which were one of them was a siege tower, one of them was a highly promoted archer. So some real losses, some acceptable casualties. So let's see if he can get more than 5 back. Did get one of these elephants here. Let's see if he can get like 2 of these longbows and then 1 more elephant. It's already even. But you can see also that Aran is starting to kind of run low on units here. Though I guess the same is also very much true for Carthage. Yeah, not the easiest tactics anymore. Just get the hill opened up, which is always nice against these archers. Or rather longbowmen. I know that, yeah, this was completed this turn. Yeah, this is what I was talking about, the roads here. If this was roaded, I think this siege tower would be able to fight this turn already. But because it needs to go through the water, it can't quite get to the front line in one turn. but definitely still a solid counter-attack. I think getting one more kill is I think you are already really close to being even in military strength here in kills and losses. But getting one more A strength unit here is definitely that you have gotten as much as you have lost. I wonder if this training income is really impressive. It's just coming from this 9th strength leader, basically for all of it. Because he will start building units, so it will go down by almost a couple of 100 points, but still getting 108 just from the king. It's super nice for these positions in the game where you are building military from every city, and basically your only source of getting training comes from your king or queen at that point. It does mean that Assyria has the ability to spend training to buy orders if he needs to or wants to. So this is 4 kills, 4 8 strength units dead. So it means that the military graph will probably still be moving in Aran's favor here. Though there are of course coming more 8 strength units coming in from every city here, aside from the statesman seat. Very quick moves. I wonder if Sion will try to go for this archer here. This highly promoted archer. It's kind of far away, so it's a lot of orders to try and move to kill it. So I would not be surprised if Sion just decides to ignore this one. Moving more units downwards and promoting, or upgrading rather. He's actually out of training again for this one. Being only plus 94 is kind of awkward. It also means that he is limited. I remember him, Sion, having a large pool of possible generals. Yeah, he has a large pool of generals, but he can't actually assign any more generals at this low amount of training that he has. It seems like I don't know if these are just kills of opportunity, if he's actually aiming for it, but both of the units that died this turn for Aran are spearmen. And it is very scary to lose your spearmen against these eight-stringed elephants that can just kind of walk over you if you don't have anything to stop your route chains. It doesn't seem easy to Sion push further forward here. I think this axe might be somewhat free. But no, actually, it's basically just all of the units are moving southwards instead of moving forwards. So it's getting reinforcement from Hipporegius instead of pushing actually forwards towards Assyria here. Very fast turn. I think that was like what, 1.5 minute, 2 minute turn from Sion. Yeah. I want to see the military research event. Let's see. Free orthodoxy, nice. As a possibility. But this one. Oh, I don't remember. I remember there were some of these being really nice, these military research events, but I don't know which one of them are still in competitive mode. Some of them are niche enough that I would not be surprised if they been missed in the review of what events should be removed from comp mode. It will be, but I don't think Assyria can quite afford that one. 2,700 gold in a full-on war like this is a lot of gold. Very tame unit from Carthage just last turn. Though this wall of elephants is a bit concerning if you are Aran. I'm guessing he doesn't see the last one here, but still. Only losing 2 units and he already got the extra longbow back. This is... yeah, it's these. Siege towers are... or all of these 8th units are so strong when you get some promotions on them. Did get the champions on board, but did lose opinion with hunters, so these hunter units are a bit less efficient than they were before. Though Sentinel is still making up for it. Actually, yeah, this is actually really impressive. Assyria is doing all of this with colonies on still, instead of serfdom. So he has this fight has been going on for 4 or 5 turns at this point, so he's already down 25 orders. Just from not swapping the law earlier. But it's easy to miss. No enlisting yet. This is the first turn that he can afford an enlist. But where is his kings? It's on the siege tower, but this tower where? I assume it's in the capital. We get to hunt for a siege tower. Currently it's in the south somewhere. Is it this one? Nope. This one. Yeah, there we go. Focus to all Spain. Doesn't click the button yet. Yeah. Swift is very nice on these low units. As well. This fight would have been much more painful for these Assyrian siege towers without Swift. Even with Swift, it's still painful on these hills, but it has saved a lot of training, definitely. That would be needed to use on force march otherwise. I wonder what research he will go here. I think the last tech Asturia got was machinery. If I had to guess. So I'd actually love to see portcullis clicked here and go for... I mean, I guess it's too late for horsemen. But going for the mounted unit after seeing those first route chains. We can actually... It's a bit unfortunate that there are basically no urban tiles here for the full power of the siege tower to come into effect. But it's still 14 damage on these onagers, it's the 9 on elephants. The elephants still beat these siege towers though. Just by being mounted. Son of Zio's seeing this archer or longbow, let's see I assume it won't really last. But it does mean that Sion is kind of forced to kill one of these units. Killing a militia at this point in the game is always feels like a waste of orders. Yeah, gets one of the catapults on Ajas, but unfortunately no routing with these regular elephants. Missing the Carthaginian superpower of being able to route. And all is quiet on the northern front. But both players have been quite conservative in a way, and have not moved many of these units down south. So there's not really a big opportunity for either player to push in this direction, anyways. You can see that there's this force from Aran being ready to jump on the west if given the opportunity, and then there's the force guarding the west, and same here. These camels and these archers have been staring at each other for like 10 turns at this point. So it looks like all the action will still be happening on down south. It was ruthless. Yeah, it's just plus training. Yeah, 9 training is quite impressive. Plus 75% training as a governor. Still, of course, as a zealot, it's probably better to have him as a leader, just so you can make use of that endless if you want to. Did grab another tenet at some point, getting 15 science just from this one tenet. Quite impressive. Does mean that Assyria should have a rather large tech lead in this time at this point. Yeah, you can see this is where the tenet was picked. Or rather, I think this was where Assyria got temples and 10 picked the tenet. Not quite double, but getting close to doubling Carthage's science already. Carthage going for hydraulics, so hydraulics then probably to crossbows. He didn't check what Assyria picked. Cycling through a quartz collar. Does mean that he didn't go for portcullis and walk towards those mounted units. No, going for 6 strength horsemen at this point in the game doesn't feel super great, but I really do think that you'd love having some more route in your army. But I assume it's just Botkin Arrow next for Aran as well. Or even infantry square at some point, but infantry square is also somewhat of a commitment. Pikemen are just quite good at stopping these Carthaginian elephants. So last turn, Carthage lost 2 longbows and onager, and that's basically it. Workers and warriors don't count. So the military graph is still... Carthage is still losing quite a bit every turn, but it's not... Last turn was the first turn where Carthage actually killed more than lost, I think. And this looks to be a repeat, so it might be that Aran is starting to run out of steam here. Against these. The number of elephants is starting to get kind of overwhelming here. Though it looks like a good amount of these highly upgraded Assyrian units are still alive. Just as I said, one went down there. Double strike siege tower. Or was it the Axeman? I just noticed that it had the chevrons, but I didn't actually what unit was standing there. Ninjas are getting into the fight now as well. Five kills already, still has 14 orders. He would not be surprised to see Aran retreat again here. Losing that one highly promoted archer is unfortunate as well. But now you can start seeing how the... It's actually still kind of close, the number of units in this fight. But it's just the fact that when the number of units is getting more and more even, it starts favoring Sion an ever increasing amount just because of this longbowman war elephant combo being so much concentrated firepower or arrow power. Because just the fact that you need so many attacks with these 5-strength units to kill a longbow or a elephant means that it's actually really difficult to finish units off. Like you can see from the health of these units, there's a lot of wounded elephants, wounded longbows, wounded onagers here, but even if they are wounded, it's so difficult to actually finish them off at this point. Aside from these siege towers, while Sion can just poke units down with longbows and finish them off with the elephants, and that kind of takes care of these. It takes care of these units pretty easily. Let's see. Oh, where's the Army of God? Pick through it already. Let's see what he picked. Oh, it's just the free promotion and a religion convert on a military unit. The courtier that he got was a scientist or judge called the scientist. An intelligent judge. Definitely much worse options than an intelligent judge to get. I assume that she was assigned somewhere with the suspiciously missing 100 civics. But the total losses were 7 units for Assyria, and all of them were real units, and either 6 strength or quite highly promoted. So these are also real losses for Assyria. I think I'd like to see a retreat again here from Assyria. This is starting to feel like a losing battle at the moment. Though I understand why you want to go in, because you see these wounded units and you kind of have to commit to finishing them up before they retreat and heal. Or push forward and get one more attack off before dying. But just committing units into this fight probably just means that they die next turn anyways. even these spearmen that could hold off the elephants quite easily. Otherwise, just are so weak against these longbowmen. Yep, and it's definitely the lack of routing available for Aran is definitely showing here. Not that Sion hasn't been able to make huge amount of use of it either, but it's still he has gotten a couple of 2-unit routes, 3-unit routes. I think last turn he even got a 5-unit route. But after the first turn where Aran had a lot of counterplay with those chariots and elephants being able to counter strike and route, this fight has definitely slowed down. Though it's still impressive how many kills Sion is getting constantly, even without routing. Aran is not even going for pikes at the moment. There was a question in chat on how close is Aran is to pike, is that he's missing both battle line and infantry square, and he's just taking for Borkinaro at the moment. So even if we went straight for infantry square, it's 2,200 science. So it's at least 15-20 turns away, even if he didn't go for Borkinaro. And from the looks of it, this game probably won't go on that far. It seems both players are happy throwing everything into this fight at the moment. And well, if Aran manages to win this fight somehow, I think then there's a chance it will go to pikes. But it seems to me that the longer this fight goes on, the better it is for Sion with the 8-string elephant plus longbow combo. Of course, getting to Botkinaro will even this fight out somewhat. Unfortunately, a lot of the highly promoted archers are dead now. But it's still 6 turns away from finishing the research, and then you need 1 turn to actually upgrade, and probably 2 turns so you can actually rush and then move units that you rushed. So that's one of the reasons why I would like to see Aran's retreat here, is just to buy a bit more time for Botkinaro. Both players are at more than 7 loss at this moment. Both players do have their threaded elephants and their... Actually, this is one of the last war elephants that Sion had. This is one of the... I wish this looked a bit different in the unit symbol, because I can't tell the difference even when zoomed in between the 6th strength and the 7th strength. Let's see. Is that icon actually the same? I think it is. Nice. Must have been a really long force march for this elephant. But this is definitely a good turn from Aran here, but it's also all of his forces now. The homeland is completely empty. I can tell the difference on the field itself when you look at them. The gold trimming here, but on the unit icon itself, I can't see any difference. And when you have the camera lined up in the way where you don't see the unit model immediately, I don't see the difference on a first glance ever. But that's just a skill issue. Couple of elephants and longbow. You can also see though that Sion is running out of units as well, in addition to Assyria. He has this large reserve up north, which he doesn't seem to be willing to move, and he has some units here prepped. But all the units in Sulci have moved out now. It's only warriors that he doesn't really want to upgrade to conscripts. No, sorry, that's a worker. Upgrading these warriors to axemen doesn't really do anything at this point anymore. It's just extra bodies for the fighting line, but it's not really something that can be game changing. He is still very healthy in terms of resources though, so it's just that he is now constrained by build queue time. He can't really rush that easily anymore. Actually, how much is it to rush A? Fortunately we can't see there, but it's 360 to rush an elephant in the capital, because it's been done a couple of times. I'm really... Though this is also Sion did show the strength of volunteers. I think it's called volunteers, the law. Not that one, but here. Hurrying production with population is really powerful in these war situations, because you don't want to be building specialists anyway. So the only thing that those free citizens do in in your cities in this kind of situation is cause more unrest, and having more unrest in your cities is never good, especially in a military situation where it can actually directly translate into military weakness in negative combat strength. So being able to get rid of those citizens and turn them into military units is so valuable. It's just the weakness of that law, of course, being that extra training, extra civics, extra orders even are something that you kind of generate globally, and then you can spend that global resource in a single city and kind of focus the entire power of your nation into one build queue for a moment, while for volunteers you need to build the citizens in the same city that you want to rush from. So it's kind of less powerful in that way, but free citizens being largely useless as a resource in this very situation, in this very big war, makes citizen rushing kind of cost-free in a way. Definitely nice counterattack by Carthage again. Killing these highly promoted spearmen is really valuable, because they are the thing that largely is stopping these elephants at the moment. And if I see correctly, this might be... There's one more spear here. Are there any others? There's one more in the capital. And these one guys aren't not moving, so... I think Assyria is starting to run out of spearmen at the moment. To 4 spearmen, and he's not getting any more in build queues. So these elephants are starting to get scary again. Though it also seems though that Carthage is out of elephants as well. It's down to 3. Well, you can tell that both players are starting to run out of units in their preferred how could I say it? In the preferred composition in a way. Because now that the spears are starting to run out, these elephants can go wild. But when the elephants are starting to run out as well, the spears are kind of useless, and the siege towers are really tough for these other longbows to deal with. So it's a race to the bottom here to see which ones go out first. Is it the spearmen or the elephants that run out first? Still very quiet in the north, family opinion. fine hydraulics in some time, but also seems too late for this fight. Well, this Axe surviving this turn is quite surprising to me. It can definitely do something from this position as well before dying. Even a non-promoted Axeman can get quite a lot done with that cleave attack. Let's see how are the statistics looking. Want to see military units lost again. 55 to 36. Carthage has caught up a bit. It was pretty even before, or rather, there was a really big gap before, and it was 20 units or so more lost by Carthage. But it's somewhat getting more even. And let's actually look at the fighting now when it's happening. So 5 losses by Assyria again. But mostly just this spearman that is actually valuable. These 2 spearmen. Notably didn't lose any 8th rank units last turn. Assyria has not been losing many of these siege towers in any case. It's definitely it would have been nice to see roads on some of these towers for Assyria, but I understand it's difficult to go for roading at the moment like this. I'm almost certain that roads on these 4 tiles would have paid themselves off in the amount of orders you wouldn't need to move workers for them. But it looks like a couple of archers that haven't attacked yet. You can really see how difficult it's for Assyria to actually get these kills. How many units it takes to kill a single longbowman or attacks from these units. And that's why it's so impressive how much Aran has managed to kill even with just this his weaker army. Weaker in combat strength, probably not in total numbers. Military score getting, well, the losses that Carthage is sustaining are huge. This graph is massive considering how much Carthage is currently rushing everywhere as well. Or was. Seems like he isn't really able to do that anymore as much. So huge losses for Carthage, but it's also that Aran started with a smaller army, and now they are trading more evenly than in the first turns of the war. So the losses that Aran is sustaining matter to him a bit more than they matter to Carthage. And the Carthaginian losses matter to them. But again, it's one onager and 3 8th units killed by Aran this turn as well. Does he? I'm wondering how he's just immediately getting the units promoted from his capital. Does it? Even without a general governor. Quite impressive. Getting these focus one well, steadfast doesn't matter anymore. I think all the Carthaginian tribal units are dead at this point. But getting these like focus 2 or focus 1 horsebane units is quite strong, obviously. I think with Horsebane this, well, it's not quite killing on a crit, but it's getting quite kind of close to killing on a crit. How close is this to 8 turns? 8 turns until the legendary culture, which does mean that there is the chance for a Colosseum. Aran could actually even afford the Colosseum at this rate. The only resource that he's kind of low on is food for that one. Let's make a check. We can tell that Aran's army is quite a bit smaller because these numbers have gone down by a decent bit. He's still running centralization instead of vassalage. The resource savings from vassalage are pretty huge at this point in the game. Interesting enough, did decide to go for tolerance instead of orthodoxy. I'm assuming it's because Aran only had enough civics to pick a law after the fighting had started, so he didn't really have the excess orders to turn into military production anymore at that point. While Sion has made extensive use of rushing with orders this entire game. Let's see. Military units, how many do we have? Well, a decent pistol. This is what, 30-ish units, 40-ish units for Assyria. So it's still a healthy-sized army. Unfortunately, just a lot of the units are stuck in the north for both players. Still no upgrades for the Carthaginian queen. It's quite unfortunate that Sion's old king died just before this war started, but I don't think you can be too sad with having a zealot on the throne, even if she is a new one. The order difference at the moment is in favor of Assyria. There we go. Because of Jebel Barkal. This 27 per turn was a low point when Aran was running. Had a ton of workers working on improvements. And then he got Jebel Barkal, which gave him a lot of temples that do give the orders. I don't think Sulci is under autonomous rule. Because it does have a governor. No, it is autonomous, yeah. Interesting. Thought there was a symbol on this screen, but... Nope. Yeah, there's no notification for it being autonomous. It did seem odd that it was making a woodcutter when Sion is really vocal in his dislike of building rural specialists in non-landowner cities. Let me check these. Some religion events can be quite nice. Plus one courage is nice. Tactics student as a son. Yeah, there we go. Some possible traits for the queen. Not anything that is a military trait, but still. Actually, let me... You need to go to this again and close it, I think. Did grab a war elephant, some axes and spears as skills here. Lost the longbows and elephants. Yeah, it's unfortunate though that this city went autonomous because it is a quad barracks, quad military building city. So it is a good amount of training that it produces per turn. Though, well, it can only make longbowmen. Like that is not a huge downside, but still downside. Do they actually? Yeah, interesting. Is it just because of the? No, it's just I'm surprised that woodcutters do give two science based. I guess it's just because one from rural specialist and then one from being a woodcutter. Yeah, it's the. I mean, I think the uh, AI sees that. No, it's similar in power. Oh wow, this is actually interesting. It shows that Assyria is naive in knowledge for Cyan, and I don't think that's true. In science, let's see. Well, no, it is still absolutely true. It's the delta is so big. It's the Carthage is leading by 1,000 science, even if the current science per turn is quite a bit lower for them. I'm quite surprised that Cyan went autonomous rule in this city. Oh yeah, this is even worse, right? I didn't notice that this city has austerity, so this is an amazing amount of training from that 44 to 2025. This has to be his best military city. Um, I think because this graph here this is just science produced per turn. It doesn't count science consumed. So it doesn't count inquiries. It doesn't count events. It doesn't count any other science gains than the one that you see on the top of the screen. So it does count science spent towards tech units, but it's still kind of misleading because Sion has spent a lot of time running inquiries in a couple of these cities. I know that some of them did run all the way to inquiry 3s, but this only has one, I think. Yeah, doesn't. I don't remember if you can see somewhere how many inquiries you have run. But I was completely kind of zoned out of that fighting there, but it's fine. I lost a siege tower and a war elephant and a spear and an axe, so not huge losses, but losing the siege towers is always somewhat painful. Oh, this might be the first onager that Assyria has in this fight, and it's a really nice position here. Very annoying to Carthage to try and deal with. Of course they can, because there are no longer spearmen standing in front of it, but it's still very good position to hit all of these units that are clumped up. There goes another elephant. Nice, always good to see some critical hits happening as when you're playing a Syria. I mean, I guess this is a focus 3 archer. Kind of crazy though that just this regular old archer can do 8 damage to elephants. Just because you're... Just because the promotions, the sentinel is doing a lot of work. It's also these sentinel archers are so scary once you hit longbow, because they get longbows and you get immediately get a plus 20% for 10 strength longbows, and I don't think these Sion's own longbows can really hold up to immediate 10 strength longbows. But it's I have been really impressed by how Aran has held this. I've been impressed by both players on how well they've played this, but the tactics for Aran have been really good. And the play with colonies, where he bought all of these tiles, has paid itself for manifold at this point. For both of the Sentinel archers and these, well, it seems like a lot of the Champions family units are dead now, but nonetheless, these Champion family units getting the plus 10% combat strength in this area. Also, the museum here, giving 20 science a turn, makes it so that it's not unlikely that Assyria will reach 200 science a turn at some point in this game. And when you get to the 200 science a turn, it means that these late game decks become much more attainable. Going for infantry square or even cataphracts. Someday. I don't think we have still seen any cataphracts in this tournament, but someday I want to see these. Mostly because it seems like players are not willing to go for citizenship. And then martial code. Martial code is kind of... Well, it gives another option to hurry, but there's no laws here. So but the players tend to go for the lower part of the deck tree much more often, from going for Bodkin Arrow or all the laws down here and then grabbing Windlaws at some point instead of going for the top part of the tree. Which is, of course, it makes sense in a duel game where you want to maximize your tempo. Let's see the military grab. Yeah, you can see the Sion is producing units that... no, I think this is still lying. I think it will go down after this turn ends. It's just sometimes those graphs are a bit out of date or out of order when you the players swap from one turn to other. Because I think this is showing that the Sion built a unit or upgraded a unit, and it hasn't updated with the kills that have happened this turn yet. Now the question here is that Aran has held this. I don't think Sion is winning this fight anymore. Or even if Sion wins this fight, he cannot push to the cities anymore here. But now the question is that can Aran actually push forward towards Carthage here? Actually, there's still a lot of longbows. But this is actually... There's only one elephant in all of Carthage, or one 8th strength elephant in Carthage. All the other elephants have died now. So So I think I consider this to be an Assyrian victory. This fight. Yeah, its elephants are out. Longbows are they're rusting longbows here, but it's only these 4, 5, 6 longbows, 7 long. Well, it's a lot of longbows nonetheless. Yeah, it was colonies. There was a moment in the game when Sion was spending basically all of his orders rushing out units from his cities using what's this called? Orthodoxy. Yeah. And when he was doing that, Aran had a lot of spare orders, so he just took like 5 units, marched them to these hills, and bought all of them. With colonies. And I think Aran is still actually running colonies. Yeah, he's still running colonies. So the combat bonus he has gotten from owning the territory, the vision he has gotten from owning the territory, the opportunity to move units through the coast here that he got from grabbing them, all the tiles there has been really a key for why he has been able to fight in these hills. And of course the sentinel bonus from having hunters. Getting hit by a sandstorm. Oh, no. This is a very Sion play here. Deciding that he doesn't, he has lost here, so he will go elsewhere and try to pull attention away. Yes, there's also the bonus of Assyria where there were multiple turns where Aran was getting 6 kills in a turn. And because you are Assyria, when you get 6 kills in a turn, that means you get 12 orders, extra orders a turn. So he was, even with 40 order income showing on the graph, he was actually getting 54, 56 orders a turn, some turns. So even before getting all the temples with Jebel Barkal and getting the large amount of orders from that, he was running a kind of a sneaky order advantage on multiple turns over Carthage. And this has been one of the games even where I don't think Aran has gotten particularly lucky with his critical hits. Inordinately lucky. But that might also be because the armies are so large that getting a couple of crits doesn't really stand out in the same way as they do in these early fights where getting a single crit can win you in the fight. Just this focus. I keep getting baited by the steadfast that you get from being a champions unit. Sion isn't aware of these units down up north though, so even though this attack makes a lot of sense because he sees all of the units down south, and it's safe to assume that some of them had to come from the north. I don't think Assyria had the ability to produce this many units without moving some of them from the reserve. But Aran has been has been careful and leaving some units in the north as well. So this attack is not unopposed. Yeah, the thing here is that Sion doesn't really need to fight on multiple fronts anymore because he has lost in the south. So this is a full-on retreat now. There's no point in fighting anywhere before the city anymore. So now the question for Aran becomes that does he think the attack in the north is a real enough attack that he actually wants to pull the forces from the south towards the north, or will he just ignore it and try to go for the city of Leftis Magna? But it's definitely now that Sion, I understand the attack up north because it's nice to try to control the game, but now this is it's not a forced move for Aran. He can decide where he wants to go. And like, uh, no matter which way he goes, he has some really good opportunities there. So this gives an opportunity for Aran to make mistakes, but it also gives the opportunity for Aran to seize on the army being split in two places. And as the like we you get taught pretty quickly when you play Magic the Gathering is that you probably when you can deny your opponent choices, it's always good to deny your opponent choices. So I'm not a huge fan of this. It feels like most of these units will just die here, and then Sion will be in a even deeper of a hole. Very fearless deployment of this Onager on this hill as well. In the face of an elephant and multiple Libyan cavalrymen. Alright, but because these are ranged units, so the mounted doesn't actually give them the combat strength because versus siege units need to be a melee attacker for that to happen. I'm trying to eyeball how many of the units down south moved up north, but I don't think many did in any case. Because these units were there originally, these are original units. This Camel Archer maybe might be a unit that came from the south, because Aran did have a decent reserve on these tiles. That's 4 units dead. Now the problem is that Sion sees all of these units north. He must be wondering that which side he actually wants to try and defend more. Because it seems very likely that Aran can turn this into a counterattack here now. With these, he has 3 siege towers ready for the 4th one in the capital. And these siege towers become immensely scary once you actually get to the city and start to fight on the urban tiles. Because that's one of the things as well here, that these tiles that they were fighting on earlier are actually not good terrain at all for these siege towers. They really want to be fighting on urban tiles. Let me find the right promotion. I can never remember which one it looks like. Here, assault. They really want to fight in urban tiles for the plus 50% strength. And this seems like a good opportunity to actually push over these roads into urban territory pretty quickly. Though it's always rough trying to attack into this many longbowmen. You can already see 3 and you can assume that these will probably get upgraded as well, these archers. I don't really have a good grasp on how aggressive of a player Oro is in that whether he will go in now or if he wants to wait for Botkin or to finish. Because I think both are valid options here. I know that I would go in immediately here, but I think waiting is fine as well. We'll wait until this turn finishes to look at the military graph. But this is 6 kills for Assyria. Yeah, it's getting really even now. 2100 against 2400. Seems like Aran is starting to get more and more likely to win this game now. does manage to get a kill back on an X-Men. Was a pretty good X-Men as well. Be promoted. Yeah, this is very typical Sion aggression here. Rushing all the way into enemy territory with longbows. I think he could reach this without force marching, but you would not be surprised if one of them was even force marched. Now the question is that these longbows will die next turn, right? I don't think there's any way both of these survive. Is that what happens once Sion loses this attack here? Does he just concede? Or because this is starting to feel like desperation play to me more than like the first attack I'm fine with. You go in with limited information, yeah, because you make an educated guess and that guess is wrong or not, well, incorrect based on too little information. But then I think you run away after that, right? You don't commit to a losing fight. But this feels like it's just committing to a losing fight. Feeling like a kind of a desperation play to me. Yeah, going it with warriors even, this is feeling like kind of a... No. Well, if you counted that this is enough for the 11th, then it's fine. Let's not psychoanalyze too deeply. I love it. This is... I'm a big fan of grabbing a... Instead of building more siege towers, you actually spend a turn grabbing a chariot so you can run over all of these archers here, or these longbows. There's a really good chance that Aran can set up this to be a 4-unit route chain this turn. I'll have to. Definitely, this is what the... I need to watch next turn. Yeah, so Fluffy is saying that Sion has... He thinks that Sion has lost here, and Sion is definitely good enough of a player that he can see or realize when he is starting to, when he has lost or is starting to lose. But I want to see this. Where's the chariot? There. And well, only doing two damage is not a great start for a route chain, but maybe strike or shield bearer can help. No, there was an opportunity here. See, this is now you can start the route chain. Let's see if Aran is actually realizes this. It would be so funny. No, I'm lucky. I mean, he has 56 orders per turn, so it's not like he needs to spend save orders or military units to actually min-max those route chains anymore. It's just... What's this? Just impressive amount of orders. Funnily enough, there's also the thing where... Let me see. There's the Zoroastrianism, which is the religion that Sion founded. Zoroastrianism has where is this? Revelation, which gives half an order per temple. But because Aran built the Jebel Barkal and got a temple in every city, a temple of every faith present. I think he got 3 temples of Zoroastrianism that way, which means that these the civics that Sion spent upgrading his own religion is actually also helping Aran here. Yeah, this is. You can see that it's 7 temples from Jebel Barkal. Most of them were Judaism temples, but a couple were Zoro as well. But I'll have to take a quick break to fill my water bottle again. And I have returned to see multiple dead Carthaginian units in the queue. Military graph getting more and more even. Carthage. I'm just throwing units forward at the moment, I'm guessing. Or these might be blocker units to cover the retreat. Couple of... It does seem like Aran is not super interested in hopping forwards immediately. So I assume that he will wait for Bodkenaro before moving forward with these archers at least. An extra nice part about longbows, of course, is that with the 3 range, these archers can stay on these hills pretty much indefinitely until the game has ended. And they will keep getting the sentinel bonus. Though the wood economy isn't quite good enough to support that many promotions without having to sell all of your stone. Though so stone seems really expensive. All the resources are expensive, so both players have spent a lot of time buying them instead of producing them. I assume mostly Sion. That's the chariot. But overall, I'm kind of surprised how poorly this went for Sion in the end. When I saw the 8 longbows in one turn, or 7 longbows in one turn, I figured that it would take until Arapad for Aran to be able to stop him. But it's just a combination of highly promoted units being Assyria, happy families, this hillside in your own territory with sentinel units that was enough to actually stop the A-strike combination. It's and very, very good tactics, of course. Because at least to my, well, I'm not the best player in the game or anything, but I don't think Sion did any major tactical blunders or anything even. Aside from that one elephant shove. Finally grabbing spearmen. Yeah, this is full defensive positions from Sion now. But let's see if he can hold. Now I think it's clearly Aran's turn to take the offensive. And fighting against Assyria on the offensive is scary. Yeah. This is longbowman. So this siege tower can roll up and do 11 damage to a longbowman on a urban tile. Scary units. Or they can 3-tap this city with walls. It's just just walls, not the second level. Very, very scary unit now. Carthage has some really healthy resource stockpiles though, aside from wood. How much is he actually? Yeah, 35 on units. I think he has lumber milled basically every single tile in his whole empire. There are 2 non-lumber milled forest tiles in all of Carthage at the moment. So he can't even get any more wood per turn anymore. Luckily, he is rich enough to be able to afford just buying wood if he wants to. There we go. They spent like 2,000 gold on just buying wood. Not a great rate, though. Be kind of disappointing to see only 350 in the bank at the end of that. But it looks like, let's see, that's if just everything has focus. But I'm looking, are there any super high level units anymore aside from this one and this one? I think there was something up north. A surprisingly highly promoted Axeman. I think it has been sitting on some of those EXP per turn buildings. And of course everything has steadfast, so it kind of inflates the number of promotions with steadfast and focus on everything. Aran was 15 science short of getting Bodkin out of this turn. Pretty unfortunate. I wonder if he could have garaged out a archive somewhere. Would have been enough, probably. Archive in the capital might have been enough. Which is 3 turns until legendary. So I wonder if he will immediately start the Colosseum after hitting legendary. He might not quite have enough wood for it. Well, not quite enough stone either. I keep forgetting how incredibly expensive all the legendary wonders are. 1800 stone for the Pantheon is kind of crazy. For Duel, anyways. Like to see it, I assume this is building roads and my automatic observer switch isn't quite quicking up on it. Yeah, roading here, so there's now a direct straight highway towards the city of Hipporegius. Man, it's just totally unupgraded siege tower can just destroy these units. Basically nothing there can stand up to it. With aside from this elephant, I think. Even this elephant isn't super good against it. Though this is lying because it's a sentinel unit in, well, no, not the sentinel unit, but it's in friendly territory, so it's a decent bit tankier there. Feeling confident enough to start up improvement production again as Aran. Tutoring his heir as well. I'm assuming that he will upgrade next turn and then go in after that. Probably also means that there's no immediate Colosseum because he will have to sell some of his stockpile to get wood to upgrade archers into longbows. Which is unfortunate, but I think Aran is enough ahead enough where it doesn't matter. Yep. And now it's Assyria is now stronger than Carthage. 4,000 military power, military score on 106, and 2,000 in 115, so Sion lost 2,000 military power in 9 turns, 10 turns. Lost half his army in that time. Probably even more than half of his army because he built more all the time. Building ballista to defend his cities now instead of elephants. I wonder why. I think elephants would be still better than ballista. Because you don't get the plus 100% against the siege towers, and the siege towers will be the biggest problem when Sion has to defend his cities. Though it honestly might be just that you can't really deal with siege towers anyway, so of a resignation in a way. That maybe if he gets some good lineups with ballista and kills the supporting infantry, so that he can then get the siege towers later on. I'm getting pinged, but it's nothing important at the moment. Just a distraction. Let's see this sort of stats. Units lost. Units built for Assyria is 82 and 79 for Sion, and units lost is 78 for Carthage and 49 for Aran. Very. When this session started, I think it was 9 to 24 or something along those lines for losses. So 9 losses for Assyria and 24 for Aran. So sorry for Carthage. And now it's still 49 to 75, so it's pretty close. Hasn't really moved in either direction. But it's very impressive considering the only military unit that Aran has had access to that with 8 strength this entire game are those siege towers. Let's see how many siege towers he has actually built. Swap it over to Carthage, so let's see for Assyria. Military units produced these 6 siege towers only. He must have gotten one from a free tech card or something, maybe. Because I think he still has most of them alive. Has he actually only lost 1 siege tower this entire game? That's... He must have been really good at retrieving them when I wasn't paying attention. Because this retreat route to the sea is quite easy to miss with the all coastal movement being so quick. But it must be that he has retreated these siege towers whenever they were close to dying. While the... Oh, we can probably see it from here as well. No, it doesn't actually show here. Highlights only produced but not lost. Yeah. But still, even if he upgraded battering rams, it's still only 10. And he still has 5 alive, which is really impressive unit conservation. But it's the more so that the kill to death ratio is still pretty much completely the same as it was when the session started, after fighting the entire time with 5 strength units against 8 strength units is insanely impressive in terms of tactics. Marking stirrups. Well, I was thinking that he will go for stirrups, but this is was it 15 turns later than I thought. Getting that unit with route. It's I consider that to be one of the awkward things with Assyria is that if the game goes a bit longer than you'd like and you can't do the and you can't win in the kind of early mid game or mid game with your chariots and your siege towers, is that the tech path that you need to take towards 6 strength mounted units with route is really long. It's something that you need nations that have mounted units with route as their UU, they cannot really suffer as much in a way because they just can't go for Bodkinara Windlass and then their mounted unit and they basically have a full army composition immediately. While Assyria going for the same is missing the route piece. They do have the long range attack going for bottom of the tree from longbows, and then they can get the anti-infantry from crossbow and the anti kind of like a the battering ram or siege tower can go to urban tiles, but they still don't have anything to route with. Not probably not too meaningful this game. Finished Bodkinaro, let's see. Longbows. Do we have any? There's one slinger still kicking around as well. That never got upgraded to anything. But no immediate upgrades to longbows. So he doesn't seem to be in a huge hurry or anything. These bioreams have done a lot of work this game just by existing. It's they have kept these archers and slingers and longbows even in the north this entire game, instead of those units being down here south fighting when the big battle was happening. Yeah, it's the amount of bonuses that Aran managed to leverage in this fight was quite impressive. With the Assyrian focus bonus and the orders you get, and then fighting in happy family territory and sentinel from your hunters family and all of those coming together. As well as having beaten back the first assault that Sion launched in the first season meant that he still had a lot of highly promoted archers and spearmen from that, and they could also punch above their weight. And of course the much higher training rate that he has had for a long time, like we can see here. Yes, the training percent for Assyria has been quite high for the entire game, which meant that he had more options for force marching and promotions whenever he had the spare turns. Yeah, but Soren is saying that Sion probably shouldn't have pushed forward after the initial fight here. But it seemed like Sion could have won that fight for quite a long time. At least I didn't realize how badly Sion was doing before, like 2 turns before he retreated. But it's also that asking Sion to retreat is something that he does. He seems like a player who wants to take the advantage whenever possible, or the initiative. And retreating is something that it always gives your opponent the initiative back. So it's much easier to keep on the attack in that way. Like you saw here, when Sion retreated from the south, he immediately tried to push in the north to leverage the fact that it would rather keep some initiative to himself. But unfortunately, Aran had a surprising amount of forces stationed north that could respond immediately. Yeah, the down here the play with colonies was the big one. That so Aran could reinforce via the coast, while Sion could had to walk his units. It's not like even there's still a river and there's a road network here, but there's quite a big logistic advantage in this area here also. But I don't see Sion having enough up north anymore to actually hold if Aran wants to go in now. And I do like this is one of the spawn points for Aran's units, so he is already routing towards Hipporegius, so he can get these units straight from their spawn points to the fight. It's also kind of nice that not having roaded this didn't really matter for Aran either. In that way, it was quite nice to fight along the river here. This is actually not the. I keep thinking it's a river because of the Jervan aqueduct being kind of broken here, but the urban tile line here, the urban road in a way. Where does the river actually go? Here and then does it end here actually? Yeah, it ends here. Difficult to see though. Seems like the urban tiles are overriding the river tiles here. Which makes sense, but was kind of annoying in this one specific niche case. Could grab volunteers. Would actually be quite nice for a run with 5 citizens in Erbil, 4 in his capital, 4 in here. Would be quite a few rushed units that way. I assume you can group up. No, it's 3 pop rushing an elephant. Pop rushing is also pretty funny in that, or not funny, but weird in the way where you can kind of min-max it. Because when you rush with population, you are working with such big units, you spend 3 flat. So if you can get the breakpoints where 3 becomes 2 or 2 becomes 1, you can get also a huge amount of value from rushing populations. It's one of the biggest early game optimizations you can make in Civ 4 is the pop rushing with slavery in that game. So it's something that a lot of Civ 4 aficionados are pretty, well, not comfortable necessarily, but aware of. For example, this elephant goes far enough that I would not be surprised that putting, what's this, 38 training into it, this probably goes into 2 turns with that. So you can kind of save a pop by putting a 1 turn of work into it. You end up with a decent amount more units in the long term, even though it's a bit slower in absolute terms. I assume it's just a. I assume it's your first rush is just a flat amount of somehow. Don't know how the volunteer rushing math actually works. Let's see, did it go? It did go to 1 turn here. I'm having 60 progress, so it might be 50. No, it has to be less than 50 training per one population. But let's see, Aran is moving towards the north again. Let's see if he actually wants to go for an offensive, buying tiles along this lake so he can. Let's see. Yeah, so he can sail through the lake, use it as a road. Poking with a conscript. I don't think Aran really has the forces here immediately to push forwards, though. There's 3 siege towers. What's the 4th one? I know that there was a 4th one at some point. Maybe it died in the fighting early on. But he's just poking at these weaker units to see what's actually in the city. Couple of ballista. Now the scary part is of course that, yeah, nothing in the city can really hold up to these siege towers if they get in. Even this really highly upgraded triple guard longbowman, which is pretty funny though. I think Sion also recognizes that he needs something to block these siege towers that doesn't die to them immediately. So triple guard promoting a longbowman is definitely a funny way to try and stall them. But even that triple guard promoted longbowman does try to 3 hits from these siege towers. It's probably, yeah, it's pretty nightmares try to kill it otherwise. With 2 damage from 1 tile away, 1 damage from 2 tiles away. Where is the king? I think he was south at some point. Yeah, there he is. I don't think he has gotten any enlists off yet. At least if he has, I didn't pay attention to them. And usually enlist kills are something that you do notice pretty quickly. It's funny though, because it would probably be better for Sion to move this ballista out of the urban tiles to these hills or even behind the city itself, instead of keeping them on these urban tiles where these siege towers get their attack bonus against them. But it's very counterintuitive in a way. It's much more natural of a thought to think that this is an urban tile, I should stand on the urban tile because it gives that defense bonus and not think about the siege tower here getting that plus 50%. There we go. I was wondering why Sion stopped building elephants for a moment, but now he's back to elephant spamming. No, yeah, there's no defense bonus for siege units at all. I don't believe. Yeah, it's infantry. It's only for infantry, so even mounted units don't get any defense bonus on urban tiles. Oh, he's going in this way. Well, going in might be a bit of an over-exaggeration when it's just a conscript and a camel archer. Yeah, it's just I understand that they're being standing on these tiles because they are tiles where you can fight from, but Like Sion himself has multiple times remarked that leaving units in places where they can be killed if the opponent wants to is never a good idea. So this could be standing on these tiles or on these hills, and it would be better protected and it could still fight. Because these ballistas don't need to limber or unlimber. Though, of course, this siege tower is still one turn too slow. You could force march on these two tiles. Surprised to see this longbowman being so wounded on this tile. It's not like it could have been pushed away at any point either, so it must have been chilling there for a couple of turns instead of being healed back in the homeland. And Sion not giving space for a naval invasion is stationing multiple longbowmen on this peninsula here as well, so you can so Aran can just land these units into his capital. Let's see. I assume both of these units are dead here, but the question is what Sion will use to actually kill them. Mercenary Spearman, probably a bit late at this point. Negative opinion or a dead queen, or just a very severely ill queen is not a nice choice either. Though the family opinion is pretty fine. Just a bit of negativity from the statesman. Really, can we see? No, unfortunate. I'd love to see a statistic on how many times a player has rushed total. You can see here that he, in the capital, Sion has rushed. That was kill here. But in the capital, Sion has rushed once with civics, twice with orders, training, twice with gold, twice with citizens, and 3 times with orders. So he has been really, well, not abusing, but pressing the hurry production button a lot. Going for a kill on the spearman. Leaving the ballistas bait, maybe. Of course, it's also the awkward thing with the siege towers again is the lack of movements off-road. So, if siege towers have to go so far away from the urban tiles that they want to be fighting on, it's quite a way back to the city. Blocking with missionaries here should probably count as some sort of a war crime. Did kill the horse archer or camel archer, but didn't go for the conscript immediately. Probably is just a couple of points damage short and doesn't want to pull units from anywhere. Let's see how upgraded. There we go, more generals. I assume basically all of Syria's generals are on these 8 towers now. Pretty weirdly though, I don't think I could see any longbows for Assyria at the moment. Even though they got Bodkin 2 turns ago now. It's still just archers. I'll have to check next turn if it's a matter of not having enough resources, or if it's a conscious decision to wait for something before upgrading them all in one go. There is the wood cost for upgrading into longbows is a real consideration now with wood being so expensive, with 13.5 gold per one wood. Almost 3 times as expensive at game start. I think game start it's 5 gold per one resource at game start for wood. Yeah, and Filthy in chat is saying that Aran's unit placement is so good, and yeah, I can say it. He's very good with these annoying single units being spaced in a way where you can't really you can kill a single unit or you can kill 2 units, but you can't really get any more than that. Like this volunteer or this conscript somehow living here is pretty amazing. Even if it's surrounded by this multiple longbows and turreted elephants. A blessed tactics student as an heir. Yeah, I think it's just that Assyria is not upgrading to longbows because he can't afford the wood. Building more lumber mills would also reinforce that. Yeah, just buying the 50 wood that he would need for a single longbow upgrade at this point would already be, what's that, like 700 gold. So no way he can afford upgrading multiple longbowmen at the moment. And he does have a couple of forests here that he could go clear cut if he has a spare worker somewhere. But it looks like most of Aran's workers have been turned into conscripts. The ballista here. And I don't think well, he might lose both of these units, but I think you are completely fine with losing some spearmen and some chariots. Though, if all Sion does is put these longbowmen on these hills and start shooting any unit that come on the flatlands, that's very annoying to play against. Did kill the... Wait, what? There was a Zoroastrian disciple on this tile that got killed. But why what? Oh, it's impressive. I keep forgetting how good the range on ballista or these onagers are. Kind of surprising that it managed to one-shot it. I guess it was a crit or something. Because I don't think a 6 strength unit can one-shot a 3 strength, 3 defense missionary. Unless missionaries have less health, which I don't remember. No, they do have 20 health and 3 defense. So it must have been a crit from this onager. Which means that this turret elephant can actually die now. He's just calculating how. Might have needed not to... No, it has to be good enough to attack with a conscript into this elephant. Going for... Well, maybe it would have been better if you hang this back and attack with a spearman for a guaranteed kill, I think. No, it's still not enough, I don't think. Only 5 damage. But now that Aran has the foothold here, or the toehold on this coastline here, it's very annoying to actually get him back. Because even if Sion kills this unit, he still needs something to stand there. And he is starting to kind of run out of stuff to stand there with. So he either has to put a conscript there or actually sacrifice a turn of one of these valuable longbows. So this is another very, very good and very annoying move from Aran. Also grabbing hydraulics next turn, I assume it's just going for windlass. Or even chain drive ballistics. Did grab a kill a longbowman on this tile. It's nice to see how relevant these camel archers have been so late into the game. It's just there's a lot of utility in having a unit with mounted movement and 2 range, even so late into the game. Just even if it's just 2 damage or 3 damage, is the fact that it can go. The unit can move such a far. So the unit can move so far away and then can poke at range. It's nice. Means that you are much less likely to get stuck on that 1 HP or 2 HP unit. Does it actually? Yeah, it just doesn't show on the unit card as the bonus from Swift. It actually get a hit into the city center as well. I wonder, does Sion concede if Aran manages to take the city here? Because Aran is not far from taking the city already. These siege towers attacking for, I mean, siege tower attacking into a city with 18.7 combat strength is certainly something. Versus Urbanus assault versus Urbanus siege. Only needs besieger or something along those lines. It's definitely a good thing that you cannot crit cities anymore. Because this city would already be dead, I assume. Yeah, it's probably a good idea for Aran to move this anchored boats a bit further forward so he can actually get to the city easier. But he has been deliberately anchoring so far back just so he cannot be hit by these longbowmen. That's why all their boats are so far back. And I respect I respect making a move that is slightly less good for yourself but much more annoying for your opponent. And it's probably not worth the mental energy at this point to reassess that anymore. This session has already gone on for 3.5 hours, so it's very likely that the players are feeling some level of exhaustion. Very nice commander placement as well. So if this siege tower hit the city for how much damage? It was 18.7. So this would hit for over 20 combat strength to that city with commander. Maybe this general is a bit worse. Yeah, decent bit worse. Let's take a look at military graph now that we're on Sion's turn again. Oh, Carpage is in the lead again. I'm guessing it's just because he is building A strength units while Assyria is still mostly building weaker units. Just to save on wood. Building elephants and axemen and chariots instead of longbows because Assyria cannot afford building a longbow every turn. This is a good amount of kills though. 2 archers, a siege tower, a spearman, and conscripts. I like getting the kills here, but these already feel a bit aggressive. Though this one is almost certainly safe though, with having a zealot. Having a zealot on an 8 strength units is very difficult to deal with. Yeah, if you looking at these war elephants cannot really kill this unit, and even the siege tower is mostly ineffective. Let's see. Tech choices for Assyria. Probably not what he wanted. Although I should note that it's also one turn 119 and neither player has researched drama. So there's been a completely musicless game so far. But I would not be surprised to see stirrups being teched at some point. Oh, there we go. Going for drama, so we do get music from next turn on. That's not the... I was wondering if it's the legendary culture event already. Must have been last turn for legendary. No, 2 turns ago. But didn't immediately go for a wonder. Let's see if Aran can deal with this ballista. Because this is actually scary now, again, for Assyria. There's not a lot of military strength down here, now that the initial assault died. If you count the number of military units here, it's a definitely it's a large advantage towards Carthage. Oh, nice, getting criticals. There we go. Assyria paying off. Just needs a little more damage on this elephant, and he can even keep going. Does he have any more camel archers? There's one. Yeah, you see, this is so it's so nice having a mounted range unit. You can even walk down here and get the last bit of damage to actually route through this unit as well, and it doesn't even need to force much. And this is even, and it wouldn't have needed a zealot general or a zealot leader, but that's a even sweeter play in a way when you can make use of the pierce from your conscript and the man-time mounted on the elephant. Lot of it, even better move than the one I found. But yeah, it's kind of amazing how you can get all the way down here without a... No, does it actually get a bonus from somewhere? Should only have 3 more, and this should be 1, 2, 3, 4, but where did the other ones come from? Or is it just a... Oh yeah, it's a Swift Zealot. which means my math doesn't quite math actually. Yeah. Still very impressive nonetheless. I'd still like to see volunteers enacted here. Or even professional army. But probably this one for the pop rushing. I think also partly is that I'm constantly underestimating the to reach that Assyrian units have with this Swift Zealot. Because I'm used to the siege towers, for example, being able to move these 3 tiles with rows even. It's this amount, but and that wouldn't be enough to actually fight really effectively. But because of the Swift Zealot, they can get so much further than they could have otherwise. So Assyria lost 6 units and have already killed 5 in return. Which does already mean that it's plus 10 orders this turn from those kills, again with Assyria's bonus. So he can keep on going on the offensive if he wants to. And Sion is pulling these units from the northern side. But Aran isn't quite in position to actually to really exploit that in any way. Actually no, this siege tower here could go all the way to the north, hop onto the sea, and then sail to the west and almost one-shot the city. That's pretty funny. And it takes so much for Cyan to actually dig that unit out again once it actually got to the city. It's so playing against a sea than an opponent who controls the sea is so annoying. Yeah, there we go. This moves one move towards the city of Leftist Magna. It does mean that this tile is also viable for naval invasion now. Siberia really using some of that time bank that he has saved up. Which is fine, or good. That's what this time bank is for. I am very bad at actually utilizing it. No orders left. Sounded jump scaring as always. Let's take a look at the graphs again. Very even now. Did grab the chariot kill here. And misclicked a onager here. Instead of attacking with it. Decided to move it away instead. Could actually be really impactful here as well. With this tightly packed mountain pass. And being not being hit for one more turn. Actually, does Aran have anything back here that could actually get to the front line through the sea? Or I'll see from his perspective next turn. Also, independent role, doing independent role things and building archives. This could be a nice route again. There's a possibility. Yeah, there we go. And he get the siege tower next. Probably with this volunteer. Oh, we maybe with the axe. Yeah, this is a weak chain. This is already, I think this is the 5th unit in this chain. Yeah, very good, very solid play. I think this was the second time Sion has managed to route 5 units in a single turn. Showing the power of Longbowman in that one as well. Being able to soften up the units that he needs to soften up. And I think that's the offensive done for Aran. I don't think he can push anymore after losing that many units in a single turn. He can kill the elephant in revenge, but he won't be. He can't make past these hills anymore now that Sion killed all those units. This strong point is very difficult to actually get through. But it's also the. You can also see that Sion is so limited in orders that he couldn't actually push back against these harassing camel archers up north. So in a way, it might be worth it for Aran to sacrifice some of these units and keep fighting, just so he can position here, not actually go for an offensive. But then it could be leading to the same position that Sion was on earlier, where he is actually overextending and then gets collapsed on both sides one after each other. Very nice splash here, getting 5 units with single hit. Yeah, I assume battle line has been marketed as a tech target, so I assume Assyria will go for pikes next. Even over a windlass. I know that I would be really tempted to click windlass, but I think going for infantry square is better here. Because you don't really. The bonuses you get from your crossbowmen don't really matter that much against what Carthage is actually fielding. It's just longbowmen, elephants, and some ballista. And crossbowmen don't really. They are worse than longbowmen against all of those units. Aside maybe from the elephant. So I think you'd rather go for battle line. I assume the mark for cartography is just so you can go for mangonels at some point. Because these mangonels are also one of those game-winning units. It's really difficult to defend against mangonels if you are fighting in terrain where they can actually set up. And I think you could set up in some of these hills here with mangonels and kind of just bombard all of these units to death without Carthage really having that much say in the matter. More chariots and ballistae, and that's basically it. Yep, going in the north with these annoying horse archers. But you can, from these build queues alone, you can tell that Assyria is running out of wood. Building units that aren't siege towers or longbowmen because of it. Though chariots are a bit of a curious choice if you want to conserve wood, because of they also have a wood cost. But it's also very nice to have something that can try to route through these ballista that Sion is spamming at the moment. It's a bit unfortunate though that Aran doesn't quite have the economy to go for the Colosseum. Because going for the Colosseum could be a way to almost certainly finish out the game, at least when it finishes. It's very difficult to try to beat a Colosseum. Moving this Onage up by a single tile again. Actually, let's take a look at this again. Yeah, its vassalage is still very powerful here if Aran were to switch. I'll actually check what laws Ion is running as well next turn to see if there's something that would be nice to change. Kind of amazing as well. All of Aran's gold income is coming just from Tyranny. He would be negative gold without this. Yeah, Aran is going in the north now. And notably going in with non-infantry units only. He is not exposing anything to this ballista at the moment. All of his infantry is sitting pretty far back. I think Aran would also love having orthodoxy here for hiring with orders, because it seems like a good amount of these moves that Aran is making he's making not necessarily because he's super excited to do so, but because he has extra orders and he wants to use them. Because it would be quite tempting, I think, to sit back and just spam rush with orders now. Is there a way to see a player's time bank somehow? I'm wondering how much Aran has left his timer. 959 seconds, but that probably is too much for what more than what Aran has available. I can check next turn if it's the same for Sion though. What was the turn number in the longest game in the tournament so far? The game between Aura and Mojo that went for 8 sessions or however long it was. Because I think this is getting pretty close already with 120 turns. I'm assuming this will end before that one did because the Aran is making moves that clearly intend to end the game, but there's a non-zero chance that Sion can hold this attack. And then it might actually go for the long haul. Yeah, that's the hidden elephant. And go for some route chains here, because there are no spearmen in this entire force. So this elephant can actually rampage through a lot of units here. It's a possible 7 route. Yeah, there's one. There's a judge in the way though, so it makes it a decent bit more difficult than it would be otherwise to get through all these units. And of course, being siege towers, they do get the bonus range defense. So the longbows and elephant routing isn't quite as easy as it could be. Needs 3 more damage from somewhere. Quite enough. Awkward. All of these units are not quite enough. Can he actually get the axe? Yeah, he got an axe from somewhere else. The capital. But this one is the hard one with the zealot leader on it. Very difficult to actually get through this without breaking your route chain. Yeah, basically everything else only does 3 damage. And the unfortunate part is that even with all of this, I think Sion will end this turn without killing these horse archers or camel archers up north. There we go, that's one more hit in the route chain. He'd need to go, yeah, he's not going for the Onagar here, I assume. We'll go for the Slinger and the horse archer now. But it's still a 6 unit route chain again. Definitely Sion's the strongest suit in tactics, it's finding these big route chains. There we go. Probably, I think the last route chain is pretty big in the, yeah. You can see the last route chain in stats as well. That it had a decent amount of impact there. I'm assuming he grabbed something free down here as well. Yeah, got a siege tower actually. So I think Aran is in a bit of trouble now, all of a sudden. When I said that there's a decent chance that Sion can hold this, I think the chance is now pretty even more than a decent one. I think Sion might I be able to actually just walk back towards Arpad or even Jarvan here. With these longbowmen here kind of blocking all movement towards the Sion's own cities. Let's see which side Aran wants to go on. We're definitely starting to see the effect of Aran not having access the resource economy for his A-strength units. Going for both two military units that both take a lot of wood to produce. It means that he can kind of only go for one. And he has largely decided not to go for either. Actually, it's even worse than that in a way, because he wants to go for longbowmen, because they are the most universal air-street units that he has, but he wants to go for chariots because they counter the ballista, but they cost wood. He wants to go for spearmen because they counter to not get route chained by those elephants, but they also cost wood. So actually all the units that he wants to build have wood cost with them. He's so strangled by the amount of wood on this map, actually. Yeah. But it also makes a lot of sense in that case to go for these horsemen or even pikemen. Well, pikemen also have a wood cost, maybe it's swordsmen. Just so he can get a more balanced amount of resources. No, not that his iron income is any better than his wood income. We've kind of reached a point of the game where there's this weird kind of balance where resources are really important early game because you don't tend to have enough of resources to actually get your first builds in even at the beginning of the game. And then in the mid game they become kind of irrelevant because you tend to have enough of everything and then you are limited by your production capability more than your resources. And then you hit late game again where you look at this plus 90 and plus 131 per turn and you realize that this isn't actually enough to fuel the total military production anymore. That you would need more than 130 wood a turn to actually keep your builds going all the time. And there's no easy answer how to fix that even. Because you cannot just go, well, we just build more lumber mills because I don't really cannot build more lumber mills anymore. There's 2 tiles here, 1 tile here, 1 tile here. You can build a total of 3 more lumber mills for like 15 extra lumber wood per turn, but that's not fixing the problem of not having enough lumber. I wonder if at some point he would just start running councils in some of his cities. Just running councils on repeat so you can turn your gold into other resources. Because it's the only way you can actually turn city production into gold kind of directly. Is by running councils and by running hunts. This is also a way of turning city production into gold. There is a lot of kills by Arando. Again, very impressive tactics. Getting 11 kills in 1 turn is really nice. It's just he is so good at leveraging all the movement opportunities down south with these boats. And same here. I'm just kind of in awe how he manages to constantly do this with 5 strength and 6 strength units. He must be getting helped by the Assyrian bonus here somehow. Can we... Unfortunately, you cannot see the attacks from. Yeah, you can see. This is kind of crazy. It's the. You can also see how many orders Aran has with this combat log of getting attacked 30 times in a single turn. Even with the. You just. If I had to see this log and that I was getting attacked 30 times in a single turn when I had 45 orders total, I think I'd be shocked with this. How many orders does actually. Yeah, it's only 61 orders, but it's just the Assyrian bonus of being snowball kills into more kills with the orders you get is an amazing amount of stuff you can actually do in a single turn when you are just marginally order constrained in that way. I do wonder how many orders these camel archers have gotten as well, just by picking up weak units and harassing here and grabbing all the free orders. I'm very impressed by Aran's play here. I mean, I think class koalas is still my tournament favorite at the moment, but this is very impressive. Sion has also gotten a lot of courage on his leader now, but he is in a roughly similar position in where he's constrained by food income. In some ways even worse though, because he doesn't really have much else he can build than wood units either. And because he has lower income, it matters to him more than it matters to Sion more than it matters to Aran. Getting some kills back here as well. But losing this highly promoted longbow is unfortunate. Even though it's the funny longbow with triple guard. Grabbing something here as well. But it's just spearmen, mounted archers, axemen. It's all 5 strength units that are dying. Though that's probably most likely because Sion already killed all the 8 strength units that were on the field. I would not be surprised if Assyria has 0 8 strength units on the field anymore. Maybe aside from these 2 longbows. Yeah, there's 2 longbows here. There's no 8 strength units here anymore. Same might actually be for Sion as well. There's 2 longbows here. For 3 longbows. 4 longbows. And well, it's a bit better for Sion because he has had more time to actually build these high level units. Or, well, high combat strength units. Military score. Yeah, it's the both players have lost so many units here. They are at the same point in military strength that they were 50 turns ago, so you can tell it's been a brutal fight. Sion is still holding on onto this couple of reserve units. Yeah, there we go. That's a concession. There we go. Carthage has surrendered. I'll grab a save file of this as well. Very good game. This was a lot of fun to watch. Excellent tactics from Aran all the way here. And a very good timing attack by Sion as well, but I'm honestly kind of surprised that it didn't work out. In shock. in many ways that it didn't work out. I'll see if can get the players for a post-game interview here as well. I'll do the lazy trick here where I will put down the stream for a moment until we can get players back in for an interview, so I don't need to do any editing for the YouTube VODs. So I will pause the stream for a moment and I will go back live momentarily after we get the players in for an interview if they want to do one. So thank you for watching and I will hopefully see you all in a couple of minutes here.